Okay, this should be way lower latency now. Okay, hello Ian Cooper. Can we test the latency on this? Let's see here. No, it's finding the wrong ones. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna just... Here, we're just setting stuff up, so just give it some time, guys. I'm just gonna see, like, if I send a test there, the YouTube chat isn't quite working yet, so... Wait, can you send another message, Ian? Just to see if it pops up. Because this is not... One of my messages popped up. That one popped up. Okay. Well, if you send another message, Ian, can you try that? No, okay, it's sending on the wrong one. Okay. I think I'll just add them manually. Okay, now it should work. For that one, and then we go to shorts as well. Add this one. Hello, okay. Send messages, people. Let's try it out. See if it pops up on the screen. No, it's not because you're on the long form. It's because I set up the streams wrong, and now I fixed so it's low latency. Hello, Wella. Hello, Wolf. Should be showing up on the stream screen now, people. Ugly. That's rude. Diatama. That's rude. But it's showing up. And now you can see which one's the shorts and which one's the long form, so. Yeah, it is. I don't know if I can set it up like WebSocket or not. I don't know. Still banned? Yeah, on Twitch. Do you know the figure behind you? Your mom, or no? Hello, Fang. What's up? Okay, I'm just gonna let the Twitch people know that I'm live. Okay, we're gonna start the day off. What did you do yesterday on the stream? So yesterday on the stream, an incident happened, which made me banned on Twitch for 1 day. There was a one day ban. If you were there, you know what happened, and you are one of the chosen few that know. If you weren't there, I won't tell you what happened. It's a you had to be there moment. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about what happened. But if you were there, you know what happened. Hello, Kier. Okay. I don't know if I need anything set up. I don't think I do. Back from school. Oh, welcome back, buddy. We're gonna do some quick Wordle. Just to start the stream off on a happy note. I'm feeling. Do you know the entity behind you? Yeah, it's your mom. I think the first word is drool. Ooh, not bad. What about rude? Okay. That's not any better. I mean, I would have guessed pride, but we don't have the we can do arids. No. Ard. What's a good one? Do you know that black creature that says, "Do you hear the whistle?" Yeah, your mom. I would have said drain also, but of course it's not the first D. R. Armed? No, that won't work. His name is Flowers. Try brand. You know what? You freaking looked it up, didn't you, Ian Cooper? You freaking looked it up. You cheated. That's why you said wait. I don't feel proud about this. That was not a guess. That was you. You cheated, Ian Cooper. I've lost all my respect for you, buddy. All respect lost. That's an absolute cheat. Why would you say wait if you weren't looking up the answer, Ian Cooper? You looked up the damn answer. I'm smart. Guys, do we think that Ian is smart or do we think that Ian is a cheater? Which one is it? Smart or stupid cheater? Leave your answer in the comments. Okay. What I wanted to do now... Why the shit is his eyebrows are glowing, dude? What happened? Okay, what I wanted to do is I wanted to start by making it, because if you can't cheat, you're not smart. Well, the thing is, it's generally quite easy to cheat, right? And I'll tell you why cheating is not smart. Because cheating is not just arriving at a result, it's removing the ability for you to have learned something in the process of arriving in that result. So really, you're not cheating the system, you're cheating yourself. And that's the thing you can't forget about cheating. When you're cheating, you're not cheating the system, you're cheating yourself out of a learning experience. So that's why you shouldn't cheat in relationships or on tests. I didn't use Google, I used ChatGPT. Why would you ask ChatGPT for... God damn. Okay, anyway, what I want to do is twofold. So, have you guys played GTA 5? I assume someone here has played GTA 5, right? Grand Theft Auto 5, you guys are familiar? So in GTA 5, the game starts with the camera sort of hanging in the air, right? And it's sort of like hanging like this. And that's because it's like loading shit in. And I want to do that too. Because in this game you can buy like apartments, right? And so I'm thinking if you own an apartment, you own a house, then the camera is basically going to be hanging above your apartment like this while you're like spawning, and it's going to, and then it like dives in, swan dives in, and then it like fades into behind you and you're like in gameplay. So that's how you like spawn into the server. So it's like, okay, if you bought a beach house, then it's going to be hanging above here, spawn you in on the beach house, and then and if you're like homeless, then it's going to spawn you in like under a bridge, or it's going to spawn you in some random place. Does that sound cool? What about Twitch? What happened? You still banned? Yeah, I'm banned for another, I think another 5 hours or something. But if you want to know what happened on Twitch, I'm not going to tell you. Only those who were there yesterday when the incident happened will get to know what truly happened. What led to the great ban incident on Twitch. Okay, but let's try to fix this camera thing. So I have the camera controller. We'll open up here. Hello, Amina, what's up? Tell us it's not a big deal, dude. No. This is a you had to be there situation. Only those who were there will know what happened during the great big ban incident. This is the first time I've ever gotten banned. Well, I've been banned for TikTok for 30 days. I don't know what happened. They removed my live privileges. But that is neither here nor there. So here, I think we're using the camera mode. Uh, 5 hour. I can't text to speech for 5 hours. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because this is basically setting whether or not it updates. Is assigned. And I don't think the assignment, if the assignment doesn't happen, then it doesn't move. But I think we can still like move the penguin. We can just see, so we can do private bool has run intro. Has run intro. And then we say if not has run in, or if has run intro, then we can do this shit. And this we can externalize to a method, so I'm gonna put this in run camera updates. Why banned? I'm not gonna tell you, sadly. It's only for those who were there. Those who were there, they know. Those who weren't, they just don't know. Else. No, it's Twitch didn't delete the account. It's while an account is banned, then you can't go to the profile of the Twitch. Like, they just completely remove all access to it while you're banned. Which is why getting like a 30-day ban is the worst thing that can happen, because then it won't auto-renew subscriptions. Am I the only one here? No, you are not. If not game manager is Penguin Springs, then has run control equals true. Private bool intro started. Do that. Else, and we'll put this in a coroutine. Private enumerator, camera, Penguin Springs, intro. If not, intro started. Hello, silence site. Okay, so then we'd start the intro, and here, I think when we are initialized, we would have found. Okay, let's just do like a little test. Did you go through a lot of coding and computer stuff in school to learn how to do what you're doing now? So, I mean, I did computer science in university. So I did my bachelor's and master's in computer science. But again, like, computer science only deals with the computation of problems. So when it comes to like programming, there are essentially sort of two aspects to it. One is the sort of software engineer aspect, and one is the computer science aspect. And when it comes to computer science, that's the actual computations of problems. And that I was taught in university. And computations of problems means like solving hard to compute problems efficiently and in a way that, you know, doesn't take many years. Because you can solve the same problem in many ways and arrive at the same answer, the same exact answer, but some ways are faster than others. It's like if you wanna add 3 to itself 10 times, you can, into a calculator, you can put 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, and that's quite slow because you have to do that 10 times, right? Or you could just do 3 times 10, which is a much faster way of doing it, right? And that's what computer science is all about, figuring out those faster ways to solve hard problems. Or even just solving difficult problems to begin with, not just solving them quickly, but solving them in the first place. And then the software engineer aspect is the part where I'm basically self-taught, which is how do you structure a project? How do you organize your classes? How do you handle like inheritance in an object-oriented? Background music is loud. Okay, I'll turn it down. Because I'm not hearing what you guys are hearing, so. And then also sort of how does an operating system work, and how do you sort of interface with that and ensure that your software runs well and all these different things. So the software engineer part is more like product oriented, whereas the computer science is more math oriented. But all the like product oriented stuff, I'm basically self-taught, and they don't teach you that stuff in school. And if they do, it's very base level what they teach you. They won't teach you how to make a game in a computer science university. You could take a course on game development, but at the end of the day, that's a whole different scenario as compared to like actually making and releasing a game. So that's the long story. You have the cam position and then the child cam. Okay. We'll take this code, because this is running basically the third person code. We can run this. Did you try any game dev course to learn? No, so that's the thing. I'm basically self-taught. I didn't do any courses. I didn't go to any classes to learn how to make games. That's the part where I'm self-taught. but computer science overlaps often. So when you're going to computer science in university, it has a lot of overlap with software engineer stuff. So in order to solve problems using modern day tools, you'll have to know, like, how does an operating system work? How does the memory work? What is like cache hits? What is RAM? And then you need to understand a bit about different like programming languages. How do they work? And all of that bleeds into being able to... I went to university in 2017. Being on here was weird, yeah. Same for me, dude. I'm only seeing the shorts chats now. There's no Twitch bubble coming up in between. I have 5 hours left in my ban, so... Yeah, I started university in 2017 and then I started making games basically 2019. I guess I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe I did release actually the first game, The Walking Fish. I think I released that during COVID, so that would have been 2020. I am English. And we can't make Lard dance. I can make him dance. I have a shortcut, so I'll make him dance for you. Oh, actually, maybe I can't. Yeah, I can't make him dance. Yeah, sorry guys, I can't make Lard dance. The Twitch hookup is broken. I had to like disable the Twitch connection. Sorry guys, no dancing Lard. He's just standing ominously on the TV. But the delay for the text to screen isn't so bad, is it? I set it to be low latency, so it should be okay. Okay, so this is the tricky part now. What made you feel like that it's the thing I want to do? It was basically the moment I released my first game on Steam and we sold, I think it was like 1,000 copies or something. I was like, holy shit, I can actually like I can make games and there are people out there who are willing to pay money for what I'm doing. Even though like the first game wasn't getting like rave reviews, it was getting like, you know, people were appreciating it. They thought it was funny, and they had a good time with it. And I was like, you know, I'm missing a huge opportunity if I'm not pursuing this. And so, you know, my friend that fish and I, we decided that, you know, okay, this first game was a bit of a joke, just a bit of a meme. But what if we actually like tried to make something that we think could sell well? And then we made Penguin Heist, and lo and behold, it freaking sold amazingly well, and we're up to like over 200,000 sold copies as of now. Just me and my friend. Always been me and my friend. The only times I've made games alone has been for game jams, but any professional commercial project has been me and that fish. Okay, so the root position would be the root position. If you dance the chicken dance, I'll subscribe. Well, I guess I'm not getting a subscription because I can't do the chicken dance. Maybe there's a video of a penguin doing the Macarena. Penguin doing the Macarena. Is that a thing? Yeah. Just busted a pound of marinara. That's pretty good. That's pretty impressive, honestly. I didn't know penguins could dance that well. Where's the bucket penguin? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like people come in here and they try to barter with me for like a subscription. It's like, dude, I don't care if you subscribe. If you're not like, if you just subscribe and then don't watch my content, it's like, okay. The best thing you can do is just hang out, you know? Hang out, have a good time. And if you're not hanging out and having a good time, then what's the point of even being here? I'm not here to like up my viewer numbers or up my subscription count. I just want people to have a good time. And myself to have a good time too, of course. Okay, so the root position is there. Origin equals root dot position cooking penguin, yeah. Vibes coding, bruh. Hello, Tigar. Okay, so the origin will be 100 meters above the penguin. We'll start like that or something. And then we'll do yield return. Well, first we would want to do a look at. So cam.lookAt. Wait, you're looking at the origin. So what is the actual origin then? The origin is trying to smooth damp towards the target position. Right, okay, well that's fine then. Because here it's looking at the rotation. So we do cam.position. Are penguins edible? Yeah. Cam.position equals origin plus vector 3 dot up times, I don't know, 0.5. So we're just like hovering above the origin, which is already 100 meters up in the air. Then we look at that. You'll return, you wait for seconds. And we want to wait, I don't know, like 5 seconds or something. Roasted penguin. And then at the end, has run intro equals true. Yeah, you can eat penguins all you want, dude. I support that. We'll just comment this so we know exactly what stage we're in, I think. Hover up in the air above our penguin. Wait until we start the descent. towards our pane. And then here's the thing, right? So origin here. The smooth time is going to be very different now. So while origin, while the vector 3 dot distance origin to the root position the root position is that is greater than 0.5 or something, then we'd run this entire chunk of code here. I don't think we need the aiming. That seems irrelevant. So aim plus delta is irrelevant. And I don't think we need to update the child camera position either. You can just assume that's going to stay the same. What happened to Twitch? I got banned. I'm banned for another 5 hours. You had to be there. It happened yesterday. Shit got wild. If you were there, you know what happened. If you weren't, well, sucks to be you. It got so wild you wouldn't even believe it. I got banned yesterday. Just around 3 p.m. and now it's 10 here, so I got a 24-hour ban. What happened? Well, you had to be there. That's all I can say. Twitch switched you? Yeah, I got whacked. YouTube didn't whack me though. In fact YouTube said, "That's great content, dude. More of that, please." But I said, "Sorry, I can't do anymore because Twitch is on my ass." You got banned for being too cool. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I don't know if smooth time. Didn't the clip or VOD get plenty of views? Just don't show the first search result of images, otherwise it's okay here. Yeah, exactly. On Twitch, they're like, you can show as many driver's licenses as you want, but do not show... I had to mute myself there so I didn't say it out loud. But YouTube is very much okay with showing... But you cannot show driver's licenses. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Did you smoke someone on Twitch? Ah, you could say that. You could say that. I'll say this much. There was a chair, a camera, and a bed involved. I won't go any further. I won't go any further. Okay. I don't know. Let's just try this for now. I don't think the max deviation is, yeah, it's only being used to compute there. Okay. Right. I don't think we need to... I guess maybe sphere cast? No. Accidentally? There was no accident. There was no accident for sure. Which kind of cringe. Yeah. Well, I'm not here to start a fight with Twitch. I think the fact that they even let me get donations and stuff is pretty cool. Whereas YouTube has very strict monetization. Go for Kick? Hell nah. Kick is a cesspool. Yeah, you can't teach Lard anymore, and I can't even make him dance because the entire like Twitch interface is broken because it won't like speak to Twitch at all. Okay, so I think current X, current Y is not something that we should be using. So the rotation. I guess quaternion dot look rotation with a specified forward and upwards direction. So vector 3 dot down. And then the distance would just be the distance between the origin and root position. The battle plan? Fortnite battle pass. I just hit out my ass. The battle plan is we're making a GTA 5 style camera intro. Okay, we'll see if this works. Might be we start like underneath or something. Will you ever get back on Twitch? Yeah, in like 5 hours. Well, I guess I'm not probably going to stream on Twitch today, but I'll be back on Monday. Because I don't stream weekends. You know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna externalize this here so we can actually update this method. So we can do private. Bro, how come you're banned? I see many female stuff there. Look, it's just what happened. It's just what happened. I think the difference is that, you know, when we're talking about being a little revealing in the clothing, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's just a part of the body, right? It's not so bad. But I think what Twitch wants to avoid is any implied or unimplied showcasing of how would you say, close bodily proximities. And like I said, there was a camera, there was a chair in the corner, and there was a bed. Dardor, let's keep that kind of shit out of the chat. Let's not go there. I'll give you one chance. It will not affect your daily time. I just don't care about it. Look, I'm not doing streaming as a career. I'm doing streaming because I like it. Of course, I would enjoy if I could make like actual money from it, but you're gonna try dirt biking this weekend? I don't think so. Is there a like dirt biking event in Iceland that I don't know of? But yeah, after we have this camera intro thing, I want to then I want to called fix the cars in multiplayer. So as a client, so you know that you can actually crash and synchronize the crash state. Oh shit, holy shit, what the fuck. Holy, that didn't happen yesterday. What the shit? That was loud as shit. Hey, that's good for you. Proud of you. Good for you, Sukoto-san. There was a camera in a bed. Yeah, I don't know. Did I change something here that I didn't synchronize? No, okay. I'm just gonna turn down the volume on Unity. We'll go into the volume mixer. And find Unity, and we'll just turn down the volume like way low. Because it's gonna get loud as shit. Okay, we can turn it down more. What, like there? Okay. If not awoken. Wait, vehicle controller. Like, are we not setting these disabled? Like here, set active state, false. Is this called somewhere? Awake vehicle is called in car controller. If activated is state. That's the problem. We can say activated equals true by default. I think this is going to be the sort of rook, because this was working just yesterday. Let's play Dota 2, man. You know what I think about Dota? I think Dota is garbage. Dota is bottom of the barrel garbage. Okay. So it's sort of working. Try that. It's very fun. Try 2 strokes if you can. Nice sound and pulls you from the get-go, fast and hard. It's like the end result when complex things come together, but in horsepower instead. Coding power. You can rent one near you for 1 hour. You mean dirt bike? You know what I want to do in Iceland? Which I haven't done yet. Icelandic horse riding. They have these, Iceland has, a very big culture of Icelandic horses. That's something I want to do. Just ride out in the freaking wilderness. Icelandic horse style. I mean, it's pretty majestic environments that you can ride in. Pretty cool. And Icelandic horses are a unique breed of horse, and they have like a lot of regulation regarding horses, which is basically Like, the thing is that Icelandic horses are allowed to leave Iceland, but once they've left Iceland, they're never allowed to come back. And the same goes for any horses coming in. There are no horses allowed to come in. The Icelandic horse breed is just purely landlocked to the island, so it's entirely protected and is not allowed to like mix or breed with any other horse. And apparently they have this unique way of walking. Like, generally, I think horses have like 3 different strides or something, and the Icelandic horse has a 4th one. A 4th stride that's kind of unique. I don't know much about horses. I just know these few things. Maybe it's a 5th stride. I don't know how many strides a horse has. I'm not a horse expert. Don't quote me on this. Let's just look it up. Icelandic horse stride. 5 gates. That's what it's called. Yeah. So that's they have a 5th gate. Talt, I guess, is the unique one that the Talt is very smooth to ride since the horse always has 1 or 2 hoofs on the ground. There's no suspension phase between strides, as is the case in trot and canter. But this specific, gait or stride, they're preserving their authenticity. Well, the part of the problem is that when you're on an island, the risk of disease spreading is very high, and the Icelandic horse breed was, you know, landlocked for a very long time since the humans brought them over. And during that time, there's been a risk of like specific disease affecting this horse. And let's say that someone brings in a horse from out of country and brings it in. That disease could very easily spread and take out a large majority of the Icelandic horses, which is far from favorable, right? Okay. So here, I mean, we start up high, but then we just pop down to the bottom, and I think it's just an assumption. If that's true, what's the point of whole evolution? No, but you have to like imagine that, you know, if, and this is the case for any sort of isolated population where you have a population here, and these are all, you know, let's say these are like Icelandic horses, right? They live on this island, and this island, they never leave and no one never enters. They've just been there for this entire time. You know, so they're completely isolated, surrounded by ocean. And then over here, you have like freaking Europe, right? And in Europe, you have a bunch of different horses who have been through the ringer with regards to like all kinds of disease and all kinds of things. And the thing is that the diseases that these guys have been sort of evolved to withstand, these guys haven't even gotten in contact with yet. So the moment one of these guys comes over, brings a disease that these guys just aren't affected by, it will just wipe out the entire population easily. Can horse breed with donkeys? Yes, they can, and it becomes a mule. But the mule can then not have babies. Pretty sure that's, I think it's mule. Horse and donkey offspring. Yeah, it's a mule. Can a mule reproduce? I think they cannot. No, mules generally cannot reproduce. And that's the distinction between what is considered to be a species. So a mule is technically a new species because it's a breed mix between a donkey and a horse, but it can't actually be considered a species because two mules cannot reproduce with one another. So that's why they can't be considered a species, because in order for a species to be a species, it has to be able to reproduce with one another and then produce, as a result of that, a fertile offspring. So an offspring that can then also have more offspring. Otherwise, it's not a species. So a mule is just, I don't know what you'd call it. A creature. But don't quote me on this, I'm not a biologist. This is just shit I learned in school. We'll try a slower smooth time and just see what happens. Yeah, the camera is just not moving. I guess we're not setting... There we go. Frickin' cinema. But does it hurt the mule? Generally, horses are like 20 inches or something. Dude, I don't freaking know. I'll leave you to speculate on that. Yeah, so Goto-san is considering this a bit too intensely. It's for science purposes. I don't want to get banned on YouTube as well for discussing the in detail breeding of donkey and horse. That's not gonna happen. I'm not falling for it. No double bans here, guys. We're being wholesome today. Very wholesome. How does that sound, guys? a wholesome live. Okay, you guys ready for this? It's GTA style intro. Kill all seals? Yeah. That's I mean, it's very slow. I think we definitely need to speed up. Try again. Try it again. Hello, Fang. That's too fast. Needs to be a bit slower. Are you a biologist, Lyle Sloth? By the way, bro, I see you always draw things on paint. Can everything in coding be visualized? I mean, it helps sometimes. I like to draw things up either with pen and paper or in paint, depending on if I'm streaming or not. If I'm streaming, I like to draw it up in paint so other people can see what I'm thinking. But generally, when we're talking about like architecturing systems, it can be quite helpful. And when you're solving for like, you know, let's say that we're solving for like a enemy aiming system or something. You know, you can think about, how would I calculate how an enemy is aiming at me? How would I make his aim aligned to me? Well, then you can start looking at it like this, and then you draw up, okay, so this is me, and then this is the enemy, and then the enemy has like a direction he's looking into, but let's say he's looking here. But then we have an actual direction that is this. Okay, so how do we get this red one to align with that one? Well, we'd need to maybe calculate the vector, or the angle between his forward vector and this one, so that's V. And then we'd want to smoothly approach V towards there, and you can draw up problems like that. So I think like visualizing problems in that way is quite helpful for like specific, I guess, any sort of geometric problems, any sort of what's it called, trigonometry problem. Those are good to visualize like this. But sometimes, I mean, there's a thing called UML, which is Unified Modeling Language, which is quite popular in like in enterprise software, where you draw up classes. So you'll draw up like a class and then its methods. So maybe I have like I don't know, weapon is a class here, weapon, which has like methods you can call, fire, and then like get ammo or something. So that's like a way to like draw up classes, and then you can show like inheritance. I forget exactly how it works, but you can show like inheritance and show like, oh, weapon is actually, I'm inheriting from weapon using gun. And I'm also inheriting from weapon using another class, which is like item. There's like maybe you know, grenades or something. And you can do all these things. But drawing up like diagrams and stuff like that can be quite helpful. I generally don't do this. I don't architect like this. I will generally just start coding and have my code and classes that I'm writing make up the blanks for this. But I like drawing up. If I'm gonna make like a housing system, I like drawing up the details. So like with a housing system now, I drew up like a little diagram with like, okay, so we have like X amount of houses. And then you have like players moving in. And then there's like a priority list for like who goes where and stuff like that. I like drawing up those things because I feel like it makes it clear to me in a visual sense what I'm actually implementing, because otherwise, I mean, you're just dealing with text, really. You're just dealing with text, and you have to maintain all of these abstract visualizations of the problem in your mind, which I think it's good to have, like, you know, you're working on this, tab back to what you drew down, which is this very abstract interpretation, and then tab back into your code and approach it like that. I think that's quite nice. But I don't subscribe to the belief of planning ahead too much, because I think that what people will realize is that the more you plan, the more different your end results ends up being from the plan. An abstract plan is generally more correct than a precise plan. Don't you build the area first, like the map, before everything else? Absolutely not. In fact, there are many games that will in fact use only like cubes and only work on gameplay systems, no visuals at all, before they even get started on making any sort of level design. And in fact, this level that you're seeing now is just a test level. This is not going to be the final product, right? So absolutely not. You would not build the level first. Acorn, I want to go. Maybe when you're Twitch, I will be back. Good day. Yeah, see you later, Yun. Isn't it Jun? You're what was the name? Sai, right? You're Sai. Yeah, you're Sai. It's just the Yun was making me think Jundorobo. Add a Yakuza penguin. Wonderful suggestion. There's always space for improvements, but the basic idea requires a basic structure first. Yeah, I mean, you always, whether or not you write it down is sort of irrelevant, because of course you don't have to like pre-plan every single thing. You can, sometimes it's just okay to start writing without having any idea, because the structure forms itself as you're working on the problem. And it does that even when you plan, right? That's what I'm saying. Planning only gets you so many % towards the actual solution. And I think also a misunderstanding is that people see planning as a way of solving the problem, when in reality the problem is never solved until you've actually started working. It's not going to get anywhere closer to being solved until it's actually being worked on. And it's only when you're working on it you'll realize often how wrong your plan is. And I think that being a dynamic programmer and being able to write code quickly get solutions up and working quickly, and then being able to refactor those solutions that you've come up with is way more important of a skill as compared to being able to plan ahead well. You will see many people who try to plan for every single outcome, and then when the unexpected arrives, they just break down. They can't handle it. I don't think there's not much virtue in having a plan all the time, because as life goes, it is unexpected. If plans truly worked, and I say this many times, if plans truly worked, we would never see any delays in any AAA games. But AAA games get delayed every single time. Every single time they get delayed. Even by years they get delayed. That's because plans don't work. If you're assuming that plans tell the truth, they don't. But I'm not shitting on plans. Plans are good. It's yeah, just looking at them as guidelines instead of rules, right? I trying to figure out a way that I can make like a camera sway. We could do Minecraft plus a Scratch game. What's a Scratch game? Minecraft and Scratch game. How would you make a camera sway? I mean, you'd have to... You could do a limited... Yeah, we can just do so. Here, instead of doing wait for seconds, we can just while we said var timer equals 5. While timer is greater than 0, timer minus equals delta time, and then yield return null, and it has to be float. And then camera wait. I'm making methods here because yeah, but what do you mean making camera and a Scratch game? Or are you saying like you dream about making Minecraft in Scratch? In private float last so we can do if last weight target assigned. Time minus last weight target assigned is greater than, or is less than or equals to 0. Like a game with endless map, you can create inside game everything with... Oh, so you're thinking like Scratch, but in Minecraft? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, see you, Silent Sight. Have a good one. Wait, so let's see here. The child cam.local rotation. I don't know, we'll just see. Camera sway. I guess. And Z, so Y and C. Okay, let's see. Sway target equals. We'll just do quaternion. Quaternion dot Euler random dot range minus 30 0 and then same there. For the purpose of testing, I'm just going to set this timer to 10. Childcam dot rotation equals quaternion childcam dot local rotation quaternion dot lerp. I guess it has slurp. I love slurp. Childcam dot local rotation. Sorry. Vector 3 is built into, like vector and quaternion methods are all built into Unity. If you were making your own game engine, you'd make them yourself, but these are built-in methods, quaternion, vector 3. And I would say they're essential for any game engine, really, whether you're working in 2D, 3D, whatever. You'd assume there'd be like some way to access time, some way to access positions, some ways to access rotations. Those are, you know, the sort of dimensions you're working within, right? And then you'd want to have some sort of physics query method, like querying for with rays for like seeing are you hitting an object. Querying collisions is generally built in. Querying, well, Unity they call them transforms, but I'm sure there's other name for them in other game engines. But querying for like the positions of objects is also quite important, and the scale also. Okay, so this should sort of work, I guess. But yeah, I think it's also like input is another one important. Built into any engine, you'd want to have some sort of input query. So querying for like key presses, key holds, key release, and being able to like tie those to events or just read them on the frame. You'd want to have built-in methods for the physics and the rendering simulation. In Unity, that's the update and the fixed update, where the update is what's being rendered at the current frame. And then the fixed update is this sort of physics simulation that's running at a fixed rate. Because you don't want the physics simulation to be running at a variable frame rate, right? Because physics is always happening with a fixed time step. But then depending on how fast your computer is rendering things, you will render the results of those physics calculations in the physics update. Luckily in Unity and many other competent game engines, you don't have to like manually handle everything regarding a yeah, the sway is not doing much, is it? But I guess it's probably because the sway is not running fast enough here. I think we need like 10 or something. But yeah, you can attach like, you know, with physical bodies in Unity, you can just attach a component called rigid body, which makes it physics based. And then, I mean, it just automatically updates its physics and has like, you know, it can like fall over, you can be affected by other physics forces, you can add forces to it. Yeah, it's not swaying much, is it? What is F35? But you can have me read something and I can try it out if you want me to. Wait, so time.time goes up. If it's less than, it's greater than. Wait, yeah, sure, you can try to send me something. I'll give it a try. I can't promise I'm gonna be able to understand something, but I can try. Would be fun. Oh, right. Okay, if it's greater than... I don't know what I did 0 there. No, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. It's a fun challenge. If you have some code you can show me, I wouldn't mind it. Oh. Yeah, it's moving too fast. And the degrees are too extreme. We could do a check to see that the distance, like, var new target equals. And then we say while wait target dot. Or is there like a quaternion dot angle from wait target new target is less than, I guess, 10? Then we just generate a new one. Yeah, it's been my full-time job for 5 years now, so. Hello, BHS FC Mobile. What are you doing? I'm working on this camera intro. That's what we need to do. I guess we have to recompile. Yeah, you find it complex to trace. I mean, it's also, I think specifically in like enterprise code, there is often a focus on adhering to certain design standards, and there's generally a lot of boilerplate, which when you're not familiar with the actual standard to which they are adhering, it appears overwhelming at first, and there's just a lot of fluff to sort through. But of course, I mean, that's a necessity for any sort of enterprise code, that there is some sort of standard to adhere to, so that you know what to expect when you go into a new area of the code. But it can appear as mostly confusing, and I notice this a lot when I'm like tinkering with different packages, because people just have wildly different coding styles and wildly different sort of principles. Because I don't know, I feel even people who work on like packages and sell those like for profit, there's probably just often one person, and they still have this very weird architectural style for their code. Yeah, so the it's gonna be like GTA 5 basically, and I want it to be that you start in your apartment. So if you have a house, it's gonna start up in the air, and then it's gonna zoom into your building as you start the game. Because I feel like that's the thing with GTA, and what they did so nice with GTA 5 is every single time you connect, your character was like doing something. 1x, 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 remember me. No, I have no clue who you are, buddy. I don't remember your name, I don't remember your profile picture, I just don't remember anything about you. Okay, let's see here. So the distance... We have the rotation. But am I setting the rotation anywhere else? I guess I am. But I would guess that the rotation is part of what? Speed modifier equals 0. Then it's like 0. Let's make a group. Oh, you guys are making a group? Place name when you spawn and join the game? I don't know. We'll see, maybe. But I don't know. Might be a bit too early to do that. All right, let's see here. So we have the rotation. While you play Roblox, me or I have my I have a Roblox skin up on Roblox, as you guys didn't know. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Roblox Creator Hub. So I have this skin that I put up. And we look at the date range since back then or whatever. Okay. I've earned 23,000 Robux from selling my skin. 23,000 Robux. I've sold 443 copies of my penguin skin on Roblox. I don't know, yeah, here he is. Look at him. Beautiful. Hello, bro. How's Antarctica? Cold as shit, man. Cold as shit. Ice cold. How do I have Wi-Fi? You guys ever heard of Starlink? Elon Musk gives us a Wi-Fi in the Antarctics. It's quite cheap. It's comparable to normal Wi-Fi plan. And the speeds are generally solid. You know, sometimes you lose Wi-Fi in terrible weather, but if you're from underground, that makes sense because you are a rat. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It pops in under. It doesn't... I think the rotation... Maybe we... When it's done... Here... Private... Void, invert, rotation. I'm using way too many methods here, completely pointless, but it's just because the package I'm using, which is called Hot Reload, does not allow me to hot reload inside of coroutines. But if I have methods that the coroutine is calling, I can modify those methods. which is what I'm doing. That works perfectly fine. I'm from Africa, I'm from Asia. Yeah, okay, we got worldwide audience here. Sweet. Yeah, I think it's almost. Yeah, you guys are using 5G, 4G. And what speeds are we talking about there with the 5G and 4G? Hello. $35? Okay, oh, that's pretty good though. I mean, I used to live out in the woods in Sweden, and I would get like 8 megabit per second, so... I had a friend, he'd get like 3. And then you wouldn't even have the alternative to use 3G or anything. There's no damn phone signal out there. 6 megabits per second for receive? Why would you transmit at 350? That's insane. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, but do you guys have Wi-Fi limits too then? Because I've never had that in my entire life. It's only if you're running like 4G mobile, you'd have Wi-Fi limits. Whenever it's like landline, it's always unlimited data. Burger is rare. You're from yeah, that country. Was I right? Nepal, oh yeah. You guys have very similar food to northern India, right? I know there was a couple of guys who was running a Indian restaurant that were all Nepalese. $2 for per day then, or is it $2 for the entire month? Hell yeah, look at that. Tell me that ain't the sickest intro. Now we can tweak a little bit. So this one's gonna be 5 seconds. And we'll say the distance here can be 1. Or we can have it 0.5. And then move intro camera. And do it a bit faster, so smooth time can be 5F. Put some music in the intro? Yeah, I mean, at some point I will, but it's just to give it a little bit of a feeling. Like what I'm working on right now is basically trying to set up something that looks good when I show off the game, right? And being able to show off this intro, like imagine I show off a video and I post this intro, instantly people are going to be like, oh shit, he made like Penguin GTA. Like this is just like GTA 5. There, I think this is the issue here. So the distance there is... I think that's the thing. The origin and the root position distance shouldn't be... I think it's camera multiplayers. Let's see here. Camera multiplayers. Okay, I mean, it is on 2. Or it is on 1, but we can do 1 then. Okay, I need to go have lunch, so I'm just gonna refresh this and just leave the game running while I'm in the... I'm a game developer. This is all I do. This is my full-time job. Okay. I'm gonna go take a lunch. I'll be back. I'll just be posted here. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good time. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So, what's up? I had lunch. Yeah, I'm banned on Twitch for another 3 hours, I guess. That's epic. Anyway, I need to see... Oh, it's been... Game name? Penguin Springs. Okay, I'm gonna fix the way that the cars turn. I think that's in the class advanced AI vehicle. Let's see here. You're not signed in. Yes, I am. Okay. I think it's max turn speed here, so this sharp turn, I think that's... I don't know, we'll just see what happens if I turn this to 2. Yeah, it's not able to quite... Speed compensation. I don't know, I just want to see, like, if I put it up to, like, 6. I am back, yes. Sadly, you weren't deaf? Why is that sad? Do you want me to be deaf? Dead. Just slow down. Catch your breath. D-E-A-D. Dead. Right. Yeah, that sharp turn is not quite working as I wanted to. Sorry, but you're not a Sigma. Starter. That's not what your mom told me last night. Hello again, fresh bread. I'm analyzing the way cars turn. YouTube streaming goes well. Unks giving your mom jokes in 2025. Your mom didn't complain about my jokes yesterday. How did I... Tell me how you learned this? It's... Just a lot of grit. Grit and determination. Okay, that's nicer. Best roadmap? I didn't use any course or roadmap or anything. If you want to learn this stuff, start making things. Don't just think about making things. Don't look up the best way to make things. Don't optimize your entire learning process. Just start making shit. Like, you have to think back that when people started making computer games, there weren't a bunch of tutorials, right? They just started making shit, and that's what you should do too. Don't just wait for like the perfect tutorial, the perfect course. Just start making shit because it's fun and because it's interesting. Okay. Turning seems to be a bit better now, at least. Not so much spinning and twirling. But make like a small game, make freaking Pong, make Tetris. Tetris is difficult though, but... make Snake. Make I don't know, tic-tac-toe. Just make a simple game and finish it. Don't sit around to wait. Can you make Tetris? I can make Tetris. I'm just saying Tetris is a bit difficult with the logic. It's more logically complicated to handle Tetris with the rotations specifically. If you're just having falling blocks with identical rotations, then it's easy, but handling the rotations can be a bit tricky to ensure that they're not overlapping and stuff. I mean, I recommend it though if you want to like learn about 2D arrays and stuff, but long is far easier to work with. Slept well? Slander! 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 Oh shit, I'm getting a call from my lawyer who's gonna sue Alice for slander. Hello, Fahim. I got Mega's lure on my side. I'll see you in court. Yeah, see you there. We're using Gina? I have no clue what Gina is, so I'm assuming I'm not using Gina. Is that a Unity thing, or? So I'm using Unity. I'm using Microverse to handle road placement. And then I have my own custom solution I've used to generate directional traffic data. I use the splines of the roads as well as the connecting nodes of the intersections to figure out how to generate traffic flow, so it's all directional with connections made. So I'm having cars drive around here. I haven't set up the actual like yielding or traffic signal logic yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I need to basically have like colliders, and then when you enter, you signal that I'm here, and then when you exit, you signal I left. Yeah. because this is not, I used Easy Roads at first because it had a built-in traffic data generation, which is very similar to this one, but I think mine is honestly better. But I was using Easy Roads 3D and it just sucked ass. I just got so tired of it. It was just breaking, and then I just decided I wanted to use Easy Roads 3D because I wanted to have like custom painted terrain. Microsplat only works with these stamps, so this is not custom painted terrain. This is just I'm using stamps to generate the terrain, which looks great. It's just you get less manual control in the way that you'd get with painted roads or painted terrain. But this, you know, I just need my roads to adhere to the geometry, which these roads do, and then it allows me to have like custom assets. So like this sidewalk thing I have is custom, which is also custom navigational data for the NPCs. So if I load from cache here, we can see how it's generating custom data on the sidewalk specifically. Well, I mean, it's, you know, I think yeah, I think maybe these don't have the right data. I guess I haven't generated it for them, so of course it wouldn't be any. If I just generate it again and just scan, gonna lag probably a bit on the stream now, but okay, it's fine. But yeah, I mean, Easy Roads, the problem is that I don't think Easy Roads is even good for basic solutions. I think it's a garbage asset, like wholeheartedly. It's a terrible asset. It promises a lot of cool things, but it just it has this very basic fundamental flaw, which is the fact that when you undo stuff, everything just breaks. The entire you could have put down an entire road system. You could have clicked save. You load up the system again. You move like one single road part of the system. You click undo to bring it back to where you had it originally, and that undo will like remove the sidewalks, remove the light poles, remove all these extra settings you've set for all the other roads, disconnect a bunch of the intersections, and it's just so complete and utter ass. Like the entire asset just doesn't work. So I would say it's not even good for a simple solution. It's just a bad asset. This one, flawless. Absolutely no flaws. The only complaint I would have is that when you update the prefab used for the roads, the updated prefab does not get referenced for these. It's generating some sort of custom data based on the prefab. So if I want to use the prefab data again, I have to like regenerate the specific roads. But other than that, very, very fine asset. And it looks great. The splines, like Easy Roads doesn't even have splines. I mean, it's doing splines under the hood, right? But you don't have spline access, so you can't do like these fine-tuned adjustments. Here you can. So yeah, I'm a Easy Roads 3D hater officially. I used to think it was cool, but yeah, I'm a hater now, through and through. Hello, Noah. What's up? All right, yeah, I mean, you can show the game if you want to. You can link it if there's anything you have public. I've never touched VR in my life, so I don't have much perspective to provide on that, but I don't use LinkedIn. I'm a solo developer. I just despise the corporate space. It's me and my friends, so technically we're duo. I just don't use LinkedIn or anything like that. No hate to those who have to, though, but I just think it is a weird space. I had to use it one time when I did one contracting job, and then I shut it down instantly. Like, to me, from what I've seen, like, LinkedIn is just this site for like circle jerking and ass kissing. The very weird space. I mean, you can hit me up when you have something public, and I can take a look at it. If there's anything public, I'm happy to take a look at it. But, you know. Yesterday you said only 1 hour of work is left. Yeah, that was just me being absolutely and entirely sarcastic. There's like, I don't know, like many years of work left on this game until it's like finished. I just don't like giving deadlines. I don't think that's it's nice for users and customers to know a deadline, but from my perspective, I don't think it adds anything. And at this point, any deadline I give you is going to be wrong. So that's why I'm just not interested in giving a deadline. Twitch. Yeah, Twitch got me banned for real, for real. You saw the clip, right, bro? Or Big Pooh? You saw it. You saw what I did. Do you think it was that extreme? I think I've done worse things, and I think the robber clip is far worse than what I did there. Hello, Fang. Is this real stream? No, it's actually fake. It's being run by an AI. I am robot. Bang. If you say Roblox one more goddamn time. One more goddamn time. I have had it to here. Okay. I'm just making it look a little bit nicer. I just got recommended. I was watching Wingstop Atomic Wings video. Oh. No, it's not a problem. I mean, I would say, like, I can look at it later if I want to look at it later, but I don't mind looking up stupidly good studios. From Bengal. Is it here? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have LinkedIn, so I don't know if I can... Can I watch any videos without a LinkedIn? That's not you. That's not you. I can tell that right away. Mistopolis is a powerful, tech-driven city-state founded by... Okay, so that's like lore on the game. You're using AI to write this. You shouldn't use AI to write your posts, buddy. Penguin Hangout Simulator? Yes, it is. It is. Like here, on the one hand, the irreverent audacity. Of interactive game, bold, experimental, and proudly offbeat. Okay, you're getting banned, Fang. I had enough of you. But otherwise, I guess there's not necessarily too much. Do you have just the lore up right now, I guess? Okay, let's see here. Let's ban Fang. Add some food. Yeah, there's gonna be like burgers and pizzas and stuff. I want to have like restaurants you can go and eat at and get fat. Like actually. You know, I'll just put it in a 24-hour timeout. There we go. Friggin' timeout. Penguin meat. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why, but like AI is also obsessed with the word chaos. I've noticed this. When you ask it to do creative writing, it will always say the word chaos. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, it's like if you're trying to make a game and you're trying to have like people play it, people just don't connect with AI. You're not going to reach people by using AI that way. 100%. The intent is to release this game before GTA 6, so. But yeah, there is no no way that maybe it's the GPU. Interesting. One second. Okay, so Bro, why? Are you still here? Because I gotta show you something. You played GTA 5, right? You've played GTA 5. So you know this. Check this out. Check this out. Look at this. We got the GTA 5 intro before GTA 6. So that's what it's gonna do. But it's gonna be like clouds and shit as well. Right now there aren't any clouds, you know, GTA 5 style. We're gonna have the clouds. And then it's gonna be like you spawn in your house. So if you have an apartment, you're gonna spawn in your apartment. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice, huh? Just a copy now? Yeah. No, I think my goal is to basically have like a level of familiarity to make it feel like, okay, they're really going for like the GTA 5 style. But I think the reason I like the GTA 5 thing is it makes it feel like the world is going on without you. So like when you log out, the thing is when you start up in the sky, you're entering the world, but you're not just entering the character instantly. You're like looking at the world and then you take control of your character who's been in this world even while you're offline. That's sort of the feeling you're supposed to get. Whereas other games, you just press play and you're instantly in your character as if you never left, you know? Are you gonna add traffic lights? Yeah, there's gonna be simulated traffic and traffic lights and stuff, so. But I think that's like a great homage to GTA 5, the camera in the sky. But I always liked in GTA 5, you know, and I was thinking if you're homeless, you're gonna spawn in like random homeless places. So there's gonna be like homeless encampments, like maybe under a bridge or whatever. And because you're homeless, you don't always stay in one place. So there you'll get a random spawn in a random homeless encampment, and then it zooms in on you. Amash, watch them sue. Yeah, they have the copyright to a camera in the sky. GTA 5 owns the right to camera in the sky. You can pretty much copy games beat for beat without getting sued. I have not played Cyberpunk, but I heard that people love their open world. I heard that. But am I wrong to assume that there is a much lower level of interactivity with the world than there is in GTA, right? You can't like kill civilians, I assume. Or can you? I don't know. I mean, I guess there's police chase and stuff in Cyberpunk, so maybe you can. Anyone's going to talk? Well, they're not going to speak like people. I love the I don't know, in GTA just how in GTA 5 specifically, the fact that when you start in the single player and your character is like doing stuff, especially, I mean, Trevor's doing wild shit all the time, but you can start the game and you're literally, you switch character and you're in the middle of a freaking police chase. And you just start like that. And I think that's really cool. I don't think we're gonna go that ambitious with this game, but I want the feeling that you're not just spawning in, like your character is not just appearing out of thin air. It's like your character was always there. It's you who are coming in and assuming control. Yeah, there's gonna be police and chases. That's gonna be a thing. But yeah, I mean, the city right now is so tiny that it's like there's nothing, you know, you can drive around on this grid for a minute and you've seen the entire city. We're gonna go way more ambitious. Still kind of nice to drive. Way nicer than normal Penguinized. Can you waddle? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Waddle, waddle. I might make it more extreme when you waddle. Ah! We'll see. I need to turn up the Unity volume. I think like with suing for gameplay features is there are very few times where companies have actually been able to apply for the specific rights to specific gameplay features. I know the Nemesis system, of course, is one Nemesis system, which is I don't even know how that went through. Another one is that copyright is now expired, but it was the crazy taxi arrow above the car pointing which direction you're supposed to drive. That was insane. That was a thing. Yeah, see you later, Pen. Have a good one. But yeah, I mean, I can increase the waddle. I think I reduced it on account of the aiming, but I then basically removed the waddle while aiming, and that sort of solved the issue. Let's see here, player controller. No, it's the Penguin controller, and then sway amount. I think that's the one. Waddle twist amount. Oh wait, sway amount is that to 0.5. Okay. Clash Penguin controller sway amount equals base sway amount. Yeah. We can say base sway amount equals 1. Oh shit, that's while holding gun. We can do even more than that, and then base sway amount. I don't know what that is, 0.5 as well. Base waddle twist. I don't know what the base waddle twist does. I forget. Did I even have that like implemented? Okay, it does work. I mean, it's obnoxious to play with, right? That's the problem with it, but I'll tune it down a little bit and we'll see. C++? No, C#. How's that for a waddle? You could tell by the way I use my waddle. I'm a woman's man. Woman's Gwen. No time to talk. This is so cool. Thank you, TikTok, for me. Yeah, I mean, the AI has a pretty okay waddle. It's not the best, but it, you know, it's a... But yeah, this is GTA Penguin, guys. GTA Penguin. Write it down. Shit, sorry. Okay, so... I wish I could make games like that. Yeah, maybe one day you will. Who knows? Who knows? If you're pirate software, then you won't. That Asian penguin with the hat was very cute. How did you tell the penguin was Asian? How could you... Which one's the Asian penguin? Asian penguin. Are you talking about this one? The old lady penguin? Stop! I need your ride. Oh shit, I can't. Ah! God damn it. The cars are absolutely broken. I've been tinkering with the cars for ages now, but... Wait, is this the wrong car controller? Can you explain a little what you're doing? So, the cars were making loud noises, which is not typical behavior, but that's because in order to save on processing power, I'm like enabling and disabling specific behaviors on the vehicles. And that's what I'm dealing with right now. But specifically with regards to the AI vehicle, because I was fine driving the normal car. So that wasn't the issue. Let's see here. I think we're doing something with false here, and that happens in start. And we disabled this one. Client disabled vehicle. Awake vehicle gets called there. The waddle too many times, it look weird now. Yeah. I think it's this one here that we don't need, because this is already running on the car itself, I think. It already run on start, so. It hasn't been 5 hours. What are you talking about, dude? Get your head in the game. Come on. Come on. It hasn't been 5 hours. In 2 hours, it's been 5 hours. Shit. I'm just gonna double check. Can I drive this car normally? Yeah, well, I mean, websites can be tricky too, so they're tricky in their own way. Me personally, I'd never want to do web dev. If not just based on the fact that there are so many formats that you have to design for. Okay, seems to be working. Awesome. And as you can see here, you can actually kidnap other NPCs in your car, which is kind of fun. Ta-da! Yeah, this car is annoying because it I haven't tuned the values for it, so it keeps thinking that it's hitting like roads. Balls? Oh, you mean the thing that's in your mouth? Okay. So it restarts to see if we're getting any errors, and then he came out of nowhere and his first word was balls. Look, Sartor, based on the things you've said, you don't have much credibility when it comes to dissing people based on the first word they said. Oh shit, my guy just woke up. Hunched over on the ground. Come here, Pigeon Gwyn. You're coming with me. Yep. Yeah, you can't put them in the back, can you? Pigeon Gwyn's just taking a nap. I'm not going to repeat the Pigeon Gwyn thing from yesterday. I think I need to add a collision to the car camera as well. Okay, this seems to be working just fine. We can steal cars, we can drive them, and we can crash them. Yeah, it's another 2 hours until I get unbanned, but I'm not going to stream on Twitch today. Not streaming on Twitch today. Doing that on Monday. So you can't drive? Oh, yes, I can. In fact, I'm the best driver. They're on enabled, or if not enabled, or you're not the server. That's the thing. On collision, enter. On collision, stay. If you can show us your driving license. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna show you my driver's license, and then I'm gonna get banned from YouTube as well. And it's gonna be a freaking hoot and holler. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do that. Coding language, it uses a custom version of C#. Like, the thing is, when it comes to like engines and programming language they use, generally it's always a custom implementation. So it doesn't really matter that much what language they use. I would say that the difference between programming languages, especially if they're like, you know, if it's one object-oriented to another object-oriented, or one strongly typed to another strongly typed language, it just doesn't matter that much. Java, C#, C++, it just doesn't matter that much. Going to Python, it's different, but it's not crazy different. You're solving the same problems at the end of the day. So I don't think you should think about programming languages in that way anyway. Being a programmer is not about knowing programming languages, it's about understanding the underlying concepts that dictate programming languages. Yeah, and it's the same with Unreal and C++ and Game Maker, which I don't know what sort of inspiration their language has, but every single game engine has their own version inspired by, like, I think Unity used to have a language called Unity Script, which was inspired by JavaScript, but was strongly typed. And it's like, you know, it's always, it's just knowing C# is not necessarily going to make you better at Unity, because there's so many Unity specifics. I mean, I would say that's completely false, Sardor. I mean, yes, they have blueprints, but when you're trying to achieve anything competent, whether you're using blueprints or you're using actual like C++ code, you're coding, right? Blueprints just makes it feel like you're not coding, but you really are. You're doing the same stuff. It's input output, right? This is a method on collision enter. It takes an input collision, void means it doesn't return any output. That's it. Like it's methods with parameters. You pass parameters, and then occasionally the methods also return an output. It's the same thing with blueprints. They do the same thing. It's just there you're connecting the outputs and inputs as nodes and links between nodes. But you're still coding. The big difference is that you don't necessarily have to remember as many things. Like, you don't have to remember the specific keyword for all these things, but if you're doing anything complex, you're still solving for the same problems. So looking to like node-based languages is not any easier. You shouldn't trick yourself to thinking you're taking a shortcut by using nodes, because you aren't. The learning curve might be less steep, but eventually you hit the same problems, and then the challenge is going to be just as great. Coding is hard? I mean, it can be, but sometimes you're solving. I think I would say that coding is only as hard as the problem you're trying to solve. There's nothing uniquely difficult about coding. It's the same way as saying math is hard. Math is only as hard as the math problem you're trying to solve. Is 1 + 1 hard? I wouldn't say so. 1 + 1 is easy. You can just do that in your head. Same thing with coding. And that's what also beginners sort of ignore, which is the fact that you're allowed to start with a simple problem and work your way up. You don't have to start at the end. You don't have to make your dream game the first game you're going to make. Okay. We're going to try to synchronize this, and then we'll continue. Yeah, I mean, printing can be easy, but if you're trying to print to the console in assembly, for example, then that's a difficult task, which is also something to consider, that different tools will make different problems more difficult or easier. For loops, for example, are not very well... computing a difficult math problem using for loops is very slow in Python. Computing a difficult math problem using for loops in C++ is very fast. In Python, you have to do all these sorts of workarounds and use like external C++ or C libraries. That can make it a bit tricky. But that's also something that you learn as you go, and you solve things, and you solve them in suboptimal ways, and then you find out there are easier ways to do things, and then you don't repeat that past mistake of solving things in a way that makes it harder for you. But sometimes the harder, like the worst way to solve a problem is also like faster in terms of getting it up and running, and then if you're on a deadline and the cost of doing it worse is not, you know, is not a net negative, then you might as well do it the worst way, which is also something that many beginners fail to consider. Yeah, I saw the liquid ass thing. That was kind of funny. Kind of funny. But is this Windows only? Mac OS. Maybe I have to restart Unity or anything. But yeah, get vector, get access. But that's also like, it might not be that getting the vector is optimal as opposed to using if statements. Right? There's never a one solution fits all. It might be that in your game, getting the directional vector is not as clear as just getting the actual key presses. Like if you look at it this way also, like a get vector and get like access or whatever, it allows you to abstract input, but sometimes the abstraction can make the code less readable in a way that's detrimental to anyone else who's going to work on it. And that's something I've found using many packages. When they're using get access and I'm trying to import their package, if I don't have the access set up in my project, because generally accesses, yeah, would be set up to be accessed via some sort of text key. Like you'd use a string key to access some sort of data structure which is holding the value for that access. But let's say I don't have that data structure set up in my project. Well, in that case, I would have to set it up in the way that this package intended me to set it up, which is undefined, right? Unless they explicitly stated how to do it. Okay, my game just crashed. That's awesome. So it's not always guaranteed to be the best option. And like having to import someone's input settings that might overlap with the ones you have is also not good. Like maybe you've changed the implementation of horizontal of the get access and they're using the same method and you're importing their package and then there's an overlap. That's not good. And then having just this sort of hard-coded solution could be better. Which again, you know, beginners don't see that and they over-engineer solutions quite often, not realizing the actual trade they're making. And beginners especially will be quite zealous when it comes to spreading the gospel about the right way to do things. When in reality, their interpretation of what the right way is actually just the way that they have solved it previously. So they're like, oh yeah, I've solved it this way, and this way worked best. So therefore this way is the only way to solve this problem now. They just forget that there's a possibility that maybe the other way they solved it is optimal in another way. It's just, I don't know. There's always so little nuance to the discourse when it comes to programming. Everyone is extremely dogmatic and fanatical when it comes to like following a specific language, because this language does this thing way better than any other language, and therefore this language is the best. It's like, okay, dude. And again, all of this discussion doesn't matter anything if all the people who are having the discussion aren't even the ones who generally end up finishing projects, because they're more interested in discussing the way to finish a project as opposed to actually finishing them. Just depends on the game, I guess. Some shit has to be over-engineered and other shit can be simplified. Yeah, I mean, if you're making, like I've been doing now with the NPCs, and I'm expecting complex systems to set up like this multi-threaded pathfinding system, one might consider that to be like overly complex. Oh shit, okay, the camera isn't doing its thing. There are no reference here. Yeah, the camera controller is doing something funky. I think it's probably because the coroutines. Check Discord. Is this? I love Icelandic. Oh yeah, I love casino commercials. Is this the like a fan post? What am I supposed to make of this? How iOS 26 idea came from? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. You can't expect AI to be simple. Sometimes you have to measure wrong with it. Yeah, it's going to be complex. But also, I will say that over-engineering will often also result in, when we're talking like over-engineering, not just engineering, but over-engineering, will lock you into a certain way of solving the problem that by the time you've sort of almost completed this over-engineered plan of yours, you may realize that the entire plan to begin with was absolutely and utterly wrong, which you would have realized had you done a bit more exploratory testing with solving the problem. So like, I think having these sort of sanity checks along the way to make sure you're not doing something absolutely crazy is quite necessary, and I don't think that planning always assumes for those. Planning seems to generally assume that it's correct from the start, but let's see here. Why is it? Alright, well, I guess that has run intro. I just want to check here, debug. Intro start is true, but I think it cancels itself. We can do yeah, I mean, but again, it's sort of like you want to I think many times just trusting your gut is a good idea, you know? Don't shit. Oh, the car broke. This is multiplayer, right? But the car is whole on the server. GTA store simulator game with only GPT. Yeah, I mean, they end up trash. That's the thing. They just end up being garbage. And it's like the possibilities, like your potential without an AI far exceeds any potential you could have if you do an AI only approach. Far exceeds. And even if, you know, let's say you hand over 50% of your capability to an AI and you only achieve 50% of your full potential, I don't think that's a good trade. I don't. I think there is definitely lots and lots of value in being skilled, because skill is not just writing code into a document. That's not just what being a skilled programmer is. It's about sort of anticipating where things can go wrong, anticipating where they can go right, anticipating optimal solutions. It is about making human readable code that can be worked on not just by you, but by others. It's about understanding what you're doing and why you're doing it. All of these things, you're giving the AI the opportunity to basically rob you of. All of these lessons you're being robbed of. And then it's like, I don't think that's a good trade. I don't. Now, if you're good enough and competent enough as a programmer to know when you're not making that trade, but when instead you're having the AI to fill out boilerplate for you, then sure. But there is also, I would argue, there's value in writing boilerplate too, because it increases your typing speed, increases the rate at which you go from idea in your mind to solution on paper, right? Being able to, like, when I'm speaking now, I don't have to pause and take a moment to like send off my thoughts to some AI to process them for me before I speak. I'm just letting the words flow. They're just flowing, and it just comes like natural to me, right? There's no delay between the thoughts I'm having and then to them being spoken. And this should be the same thing when you're coding. When you're having a thought, it should just be instantly flowing out of you. And that's something I think you're robbing yourself of when you offload all of your boilerplate, simple or supposedly simple problems to an AI, right? So don't just do that all the time. Code yourself, you know? Oh, I don't want that car. That's. Yeah. No, I'm not. Look. I take a sort of pragmatic approach to AI. I'm not saying it's useless. I'm not saying it's not a good thing to use. I'm not saying you shouldn't use it. Even as a beginner, it can be absolutely fine to use AI. If you're stuck on a problem, you can use AI. If you want to use only AI, you can use only AI. I'm not gonna, you know, yuck anyone's yum. I can only speak for myself and only myself, right? And from my experience, having used AI, I did my master's in generative AI, specifically in music. And I am wary of the pitfalls of AI, even when you think what you're doing is like fine. What the fuck is happening now? My position is like delayed. That's freaking weird. It was after I jumped onto the car. That's weird, dude. It's like I'm receiving my own position. It's like I'm not in control of my own player. Huh? Interesting. Okay, anyway, it seems like... Do I even have control of my own player? Like, why would I move like that? Penguin... Yeah, I don't think that when you're using AI, I think even... No, I don't think it's trying to teleport me somewhere, I think. Like, it's like I'm receiving my own updated position. Class... If we vote restart, will it have fixed me? I'm gonna try that out. I think even as an experienced programmer, I would argue that you think you know the trade you're doing by using AI as opposed to doing it yourself. You think you know that, but I would argue that you actually don't. I would argue that the trade you're making is far more complex than the one you think you're making. Let's see here. When I get onto this vehicle, I started lagging. So should we just try to jump onto the car? Oh wait, it's when I grabbed onto the car, see? I grabbed it and then I let it go, and now I'm lagging. Huh? That's crazy. Okay, I think I know what it is. Rigid body callbacks. I think that's what's happening. Like if I grab Pigeon Gwyn, see, now I'm walking like normal again, and I let it go. No, that's not it. There's something with the way that the authority is working. I think it's... Let's see here. Class Penguin controller is controller. See here where the... I think I have some... Penguin controller, player controller configuration. This one empty? Yeah, it is. Okay. Player events. No. Here, set authority on grab. I think this is the problem. Yeah, here it's looking at vehicle. Rigid body control request. Okay, that's weird. So if the object trying to be grabbed is a penguin or a vehicle. Okay. And then here, set authority on grab is called false there. Should have position authority. I think these are flipped. Okay, let's see here. So the sync transform, that's the issue here. If not has. I think that's the issue. There we go. Fixed it. It's basically the issue was that I made it so that when players are like holding on to cars, the position, because the player has authority over their own position, so that means that they synchronize where they are at all times to other players. But that exact position ceases to be relevant the moment a player is like holding on to something, because while they're holding on to something like a car or another player, then they can't like tug on it. Like the player is never strong enough to drag a car, right? So I just say, okay, in that case, the player just stops synchronizing their position, and then the other clients can just compute that position locally by themselves. And that ends up making it look way more realistic when the player is like grabbing onto a car or something. Right. Okay, so now we need to think about how to synchronize the damage, right? So on collision here, there's a damage queue, there's a contact point, there's a force, a normal, force result, mass factor. I wonder... fusion to send collision. I don't know if you can send like the collision data. I think this is a... like damage Q is damage data, damage point, damage force, surface normal, mass factor. This you could synchronize. You could turn this into a... You could turn that into a... a network struct and send that to other... Okay, okay. But when are we adding to the damage queue? Let's see here. DQ... count... There, on queue, new damage data. And then this we'd send. Because if we're just saying like don't synchronize any of this, and then we just send this as a network start, I think it could be that easy, honestly. Synchronize the data for damaged vehicles. The only thing is we would need to maintain that as an array for every single car in the server to ensure that all those crashes are synchronized. But we would just store that on the vehicles, I guess. But we can just do like a naive approach and just send it as an RPC. So we'll do this and do a void here, on queue damage, and then damage data. Let me say var damage data equals there, and then on queue, which is going to, because the vehicle damage controller exists on all vehicles, I assume. But we do damage queue dot on queue damage data, and then the damage queue will do its thing, and then we do this private with on queue, and you'd send it to everyone that isn't a local. If it's not a local vehicle, you wouldn't process. If it is a local vehicle, you wouldn't process the damage data. Okay. On queue, remote damage, I guess we'll say. I don't know if we can just call this an iNetwork struct and work with it as that. I think we probably can. There we go. You'd send the damage, and then if is vehicles on is local vehicle. Return otherwise damage queue dot on data. Okay, I think that's gonna do something. We'll see what it does. I'm just gonna take a little break, little leg stretcher, and I'll be back. We'll see you guys soon. All right. So we are going to give this a try and see if this damage system works. And if it does, I think we're just going to call it a day. We're just going to... Wait, was there an error? Oh, okay. AFK? No, not really. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. Ah, shit. All right. Yeah, I don't know if the damage doesn't seem to synchronize. Is it receiving anything here? We'll do some debugging here. So damageable object is not vehicle damage controller here. The problem might be that the entire on cue damage Let's just mute this. On queue remote. Just do debug.log on queued damage remotely, and then we'll do that same thing. Yeah, okay, so I mean there is damage. The vehicle damage controller here. There, so now it's sent, received, and all that. Yeah, so the damage doesn't seem to be, I mean, it's sent and received, but it's not being processed on the other end. Which would be here. I guess we can't modify this one though, because if we do... See if... Okay, so it is receiving something. That is local vehicle one is... Okay, it's not really doing anything with the damage. So... You check damage queue. Hello, Cody, what's up? You set damage. Is it that it's not initialized? Damageable meshes. That one. We'll see here. Maybe it's not running. Maybe it's never run the start. Penguin controller. Yeah, vehicle damage controller is off. What if I turn it on? Then it breaks. At least the doors. That other shit is broken. The wheels aren't activated. Okay. I wonder if I change this to class equal the active state true. Active state. Yeah, okay. I see. So it's sort of working now. I mean, if I get into another car, the damage should be way more synchronized, so I'm gonna get back here with another car. It's just the sound of the actual car that's friggin' broken as shit. I'm gonna steal a car that has a bit of a better... And it still doesn't account for... I don't know, I guess we need to set like a higher threshold for what counts as an actual damage. Like we don't need to on-cue damage that never had any effect. There's probably some sort of threshold for damage being done. I'll just go steal one of these cars. Who gives a hoot? Okay, so I should arrive with a fairly busted ride. In here. Like the hood isn't popped. That, I guess, is because the actual velocity of the cars. Oh, but the hood popped there. Interesting. Yeah, it's not fully synchronized, but pretty good. I think there's also the problem of the parts sticking to the car itself, like they're not detaching properly. Kind of strange. But two busted up cars will be fairly similarly busted. It's the parts, like the doors and shit, don't fall off. Oops. Hey. I mean, honestly, pretty epic so far. It's the sound of the cars that I need to figure out. I think the car SFX. So the set active state is driving. And we can do that instead. There. Oh, wait, we should actually do this. So, is driving equals is controller and is entering, and then we do is driving, in which case then we enable the car sound effects. Hello, a rap song. Bull is driving. And then if is driving, we initialize. That active is driving. Is driving. I think that should work better. See, there's still some error somewhere. Oh. And I think set active state is only called from those two. Okay, let's give this a try and see. I'm gonna go into springs and remove the shadows from the clouds. They annoy me. But then this is the last thing we do today. Then I'm gonna head off. Gonna hit the gym. Okay, and 0. Here, sky, fog, volumetric, and here disable the shadows, no casting. Here we go. Save that, synchronize, hitting the gym. Yeah, it's always, you know, when the more I work sitting down, the more I just feel like I need to get movement. So I end some days early, go do some exercise. Mostly I train my back. That's where it matters the most to me. But I used to, I mean, when I was before I started streaming, I'd frequently take breaks and go for like hour-long walks. I would before I had a home office, I would just go out and work from cafes downtown or work from the university or library, and then I mean that's a 40-minute walk there and then another 40-minute walk back. So I'd get, you know, lots of exercise, lots of movement. Never felt like tired in the body. But now sitting down, you just feel like so stiff, and you just have all this energy, physical energy that you just don't use. And personally, like, I know many people like hitting the gym early in the day, but I've never experienced any benefit from that. I feel, if anything, like I feel like a calm if I do it. I do the gym shit, you know, drain myself, come back and start working, and then I feel like very calm, you know, I've gotten all this energy out, but I just can't focus as well. My thinking is off balance when I've exercised too much. Whereas now it's like, you know, I've just been sitting, like I just got this energy in my legs. I just gotta get going, get doing stuff, and then I do it, and then it's like, okay, day complete. Now I can just do whatever I want for the rest of the day. No more obligations. Nice way to end the day, but we'll see if this works, because now we basically have all the things synchronized that we need to have synchronized for testing, which is buying house, buying car, buying guns, car damage, driving NPCs, roaming NPCs. All of that synchronized. The thing of beauty. But look at this. GTA 5. GTA 5 be like... Yeah. I mean, I go to Germany quite frequently. And the stiffness from driving is, yeah, it gets worse. You know, the first day it's generally completely fine, but then when you start going on like the third, fourth day or whatever, it really becomes a bit too much. Well, shit, I need to mute my stream here. I'm checking the audio on the Hey. Yeah, it seems like the damage isn't synchronized when the VFX are not enabled. Wait, let me see there. I can maybe... Car controller. Set active state. It might work now. We'll see. But I doubt it, honestly. Yeah, I think we need to have the SFX enabled. I just need to, like... I don't know that the damage is being synchronized. Like, at all. What the fuck? Oh, his local vehicle. Shit, that's the one. If this one dot is driving, return, and then we can synchronize the. Oops. Shit. Well, at least that's me, by the way. I can see that the door is broken and shit. So it's, I would say this is passable. This is passable. We'll vote restart. Both of us, me, and then we'll see if the audio is scuffed or not. I think I need to add still that you spawn in your house. That's important. You need to spawn in your house. And then there has to be actual visible NPCs driving the cars. Okay. I think it's probably, we're probably using noise on the crashes, I guess. But if he's driving. Oh yeah, okay, the cars are not being synchronized when someone else is driving them. Oh shit. Let's see here. If is driving, which would be true there. Like it's not sending the data. Wait, what? Why is that? I'm gonna see on the vehicle. Freaking cars, dude. Okay. Network transform is not syncing transform. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. I still don't know why sync transform. Like, is it valid? Let's see. Is valid is true. Okay. I mean, is driving is not true, is it? Car controller. Ah, shit. He just killed himself by walking under the car. Is that private? He's driving? Is local vehicle Wait, it's driving. Internal bool, so you wouldn't be able to see that. Okay, well. Sync transform is true. Wait, what the fuck? I don't get it. There shouldn't be an issue. Like the convertible, when I set it to on the network transform, I say don't sync transform. It should automatically toggle on. So class vehicle entity sync transform here. Like pos manager dot is leaving, not true. Is within player range is irrelevant. We can just do debug dot log is driving. Oh, this is running fixed update network. That's the issue. Okay. Yeah, that's the issue. Easy. Okay. Well, then I'll fix that and synchronize it. Vehicle entity fixed update. It's render. Okay. And then we just disable the noisy damage. And we have basically synchronized car damage. Hell yeah. You know, I think we can have Penguin Springs testing next week. But we need to do Penguinize testing as well, so let's not forget. See here, decoration synchronizer is irrelevant. So like .cs there. All right, party people. Thank you all for a amazing week. We'll just undo changes there. And I'll see you all on Monday. Yeah, let's get back to Twitch then. I'm unbanned in like 30 minutes or something. So, very epic. Anyway, I'll see you all not tomorrow, but on Monday. Bye-bye.